extraordinary. Well, oh, welcome everyone. Um, like it says, Sunday day streaming, uh, oil painting. Pretty straightforward. Just gonna keep working on this painting. There's a bit of a change happening with it, and that'll be part of the fun. Reference lights. This is it. Better. All right. So to anyone who wasn't here in the previous streams, this painting I'm doing off of a found photography. The reference quality is not the greatest, to say the least. But that is the challenge and the fun of this particular piece. And possibly the beginning of a series that I'm planning on working. So yeah, but it definitely has its challenges. The painting should be, nope, not dry. What? Okay, most of it's dry. Just that particular spot. Yeah. Oh, that was funny. Okay. So that spot, no. But everything else, yes. Alright, yeah. Everything should be dry. Apparently, except for that particular spot. Which, not a big deal. So, changes happening today, or taking a turn, is because when I first started this piece out, I was very focused on matching the reference and, you know, getting um, getting the drawing in and all that. And also streaming while painting. And I feel like our brains have only so much bandwidth. So taking a step back from it, evaluating it, um, Hi, Elijah. Welcome. So, this looks really cool. Those light, airy values feel refreshing. I'm glad you like it. It's actually taking a bit of a. I was just talking about that. I know there's also delay, so obviously not an issue. I'm actually going to be adjusting it a bit today, um, because one of the things is, like I was saying, when I'm painting in general, focused on getting all everything in the right place, trying to make it look like the reference and so on. And obviously streaming, there's only so much attention I have. Um, and as I took a step back from it and I was evaluating it, I like it. But I'm gonna take it a little bit in a different direction. Just I don't know if a little, but in another direction. So I have this painting here that I did um a long time ago or a while ago. I don't know, whatever. Um, I really like this painting, and I was looking at it, and I was like, there is a there's some aspects of these two paintings that feel similar, and so I was looking at this. I'm like, yeah, there's aspects of this that I want to bring into this painting. It's not going to be a one-to-one, obviously, but I'm going to take this painting and I edited my reference a bit. So so now I'm going to be making all those adjustments. Also, some of my placement is still off, so I'm going to be fixing that as well. Because yeah, I hate the fact that some of the placement of things is not in the right place. Yeah, to figure a relaxing vibe. Yeah, there's also a vintage vibe to this, and a kind of what I'm really going for is like a memory, the feeling of a memory. That's the that's the vibe I'm trying to go for, which is kind of an abstract concept, of course, but yes. How have you been doing, Elijah? Been busy? I've been crazy. Feels like a pic from a photo album painted in a dreamy light. Yes. Well, yeah, there's definitely an aspect of that. Unfortunately, unfortunately, it's kind of a double-edged sword. I'm not going to be able to get away from a degree of like this feeling like it was taken, from a photo because it is taken a photo. So there's a degree of that that's I'm not going to be able to get away from. Something work. setting. Oh no. Oh, YouTube or yeah, Google and YouTube. I'm in a bit of trouble with YouTube or Google. They misunderstood one of my searches and now they think they're worried about me. My week's been good. Busy. Like I said, very busy. I streamed, been working, trying to catch up on work and everything. You've been doing work on a car painting lately. Ooh, slowly detailing it. Nice. Um, I find cars very hard to paint. They're not, I do not like painting cars, um, very much, being honest. So, um, what I was referencing real quick, I did a search, for something for a joke, and it was for a joke, for a meme, but it referenced self-harm, and Google is now um, worried. So when I was going to play some music, it put up a warning telling me that this contains, subjects of self-harm and stuff like that. I'm like, oh, come on. Now, now I have this to deal with. Yeah, Google is worried. I mean, I get it. Like I I guess it's a good thing overall, but I'm just like, did the term meme at the end of my search not mean anything to you? At least they care in their own way. Yeah, it's better than not. Like I said, I was really going for a joke thing, and they misunderstood. I was hoping, um I was hoping to find a one of those, like, I don't know if you're familiar with those, like, how to wiki web pages where they have like ridiculous drawings, and it's like how to do this, or and I was looking for a meme. I was hoping to find something like that, for it, because or something specific, because a friend of mine posted something on Facebook, um unrelated but tangentially related, so yeah. Recently you made a peanut butter milk drink, never mentioned it to anyone, and later you got a video suggesting peanut butter milkshakes. Google scares me sometimes. Yeah. Google and Facebook both. I do think that they listen in. Um I know what's it called? Amazon has been also did with their echoes and stuff, so yeah, it's creepy. It's a bit creepy sometimes. Like, I don't mind sharing a lot of stuff with Google. Like, I have an Android phone. They track my phone because I use GPS and all that. Like, I get it, that's fine. But yeah, I don't need them to literally listen in on everything all the time. Same with Facebook. Okay, you're gonna run. You sent out your stream on Facebook. Thank you. Although that peanut butter milk shake sounds good. I mean, I make it with oat milk, but that's still sounds really good. Personally, when I make like milkshake type of drinks, generally go for coffee based. Because if I'm being honest, I go for coffee based almost everything. Coffee and chocolate. Those are my two like go-tos. But I do like peanut butter. Oat milk, yeah, oat milk's good. Depending on the brand, better than others. Okay, that's quite the difference already. Way too much yellow. Oh, gotta love that phthalo blue there. Just the mildest of touches, and it's just oh blue. Phthalo blue's a great blue, but oh, it is overpowering, ridiculously strong. wish I was better about making myself shakes. I bought a what's it called? Uh blender, and when I first bought it I used it a bunch. Now I almost never touch it. Uh so you know, very common issue. But yeah, wish I was better about that. Elijah, regarding your car painting, are you sharing process photos of it, or are you just gonna wait till you're done with it to share it? Posting and sharing online so difficult. I find it very challenging in general. I go through periods where I'm really good about it and then just completely fall off. But starting to build back, or I feel like as I get into streaming more, I'm slowly gonna start posting again more and more. Managed by Magic. It's hard, but forcing yourself to is super beneficial. Yeah, no, it's definitely hard. I agree that it can be beneficial. However, I think it's something that also needs, like, forcing yourself is maybe not the way I would look at it. Um, but I do understand, and overall I agree with you. I think the thing is for me, I'm trying to slowly build to it, kind of thing. So make habits and slowly, um, you know, kind of build up to it. Haley and James here, wishing you rain. Oh, hey, it's good to see you. Thank you. Yeah, rain would be nice, or just not, you know, being roommates with the sun. Like if we could just chill out a bit, that would be nice too. Like I'll even forego the rain. I'm just tired of it being so hot. But yeah, posting online, it's definitely something I'm building towards slowly, step by step. I finally put links in my description um on my YouTube live streams. Before that, there was like nothing. But, I'm just trying to take a step every time forward, kind of thing. Just slowly do it that way. How's the new place? You guys moved. Um, you don't have to share. I know some people don't like to share online. That's totally cool. But happy, doing good. Like, how are things? You struggle with going live, so you've been forcing yourself to do every day this week, and it's helped to build the confidence to make you more comfortable. Oh, for sure. That's definitely part of it. What's funny is that like I've been doing live streams and I'm way more comfortable doing live streams on YouTube or Twitch, whatever, uh versus like a recorded video where I can sit down and, you know, write out my thoughts and do and like record myself and edit. Like that whole thing is just I can't like I want to, I just struggle with that. But going live is so much easier for me. Which feels a little counterintuitive, but whatever. All right, so did some adjustments. There's a ton more adjustments going to happen, but before I start doing all those, I need to correct some of my placement. So, I'm going to do that right now. Just draw in uh, all the places I need to correct, and then as I adjust the colors, that'll be part of it. Yeah, I used to do cold calls for trying to get work, and I would like make a list and like force myself to do 10 cold calls um you know a day kind of thing. You can always create clips from your recorded lives, so you're a step ahead by going live instead of recording it. The new house is getting painted black. Very happy. You'll need to come see it. I'd love to come see it. I'm so curious. Painting. I've always wanted to paint like a room or a house black. But I also really like a lot of light, which is very contradictory in a way. So I'm curious. And yeah, that is what I'm hoping to do. Is I'm hoping to take the recordings and turn them into clips at some point and do stuff like that. So working on it, like I said, step by step. It's you know, it is a marathon, so not a race. So I gotta just keep going, kind of thing. Um, you know, at least for now, because I'm lucky enough to have work at the moment. So this isn't my I have a day job at the moment. Uh, you know, storyboarding on animated show, which I mention as a subtle flex. I know, but no, it's a job I like. It's been really great. So yeah, it's one of those things. I do want to eventually transition to full-time oil painter, but marathon, not long view on things. Yeah, painting a room black. I don't know. I wonder if I'd be able to get the kind of lighting I need. I'm talented and deserve to flex. Uh, would I ever do a mural painting in the future house? If so, what would you paint? I would do a mural painting. Okay, no. Actually, I take that back. I don't think I would do a mural painting. So I think I would rather do a large canvas. I would prefer to do that than a mural painting. Because I did a mural painting as a kid. It wasn't very good, by any stretch. I was a kid. But I did do it, and then when we moved, and the painting stayed there, and they painted right over it, the next people. So, I mean, granted, it was a Spider-Man painting at the time I was a kid. I'm not, uh, I'm sure they not their thing. That's fine. But yeah, I think I'd rather have it um on a large canvas or multiple panels, either because one big panel might be too much, but multiple panels. I also like I do like paintings that are like diptychs, I think it's called, or triptychs, where it's like multiple paintings and multiple panels, but there's a separation between them. I think that might be an option too. What would I paint? That is a tough one though. I don't know what I would paint. Um, that is a really hard question. I don't know. Um, as a mural or as a like large canvas for the house type of thing. Yeah, I don't know. I yeah, that I'm not sure. I don't know honestly. I know not the most satisfying answer in the world, but yeah, I don't know. It's a tough one. Because like, what do you do? I wouldn't want to do family members. I think that'd feel weird, maybe. Um, you can see that for me. The panels are a way cooler idea. Yeah, I do like the idea of like multiple panels. Um, yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know that it would be. I think it would have to be. I mean, there's definitely going to be figures in it because I'm mostly a figurative painter. I'm not like a scenery person. Um, at least as far as painting goes, as far as my painting goes, I should say. I love other people's paintings of cities and environments, just personal. But yeah, I don't know. Um, might do family members. Although I'd probably just end up doing like some kind of scene kind of thing where it's like kind of like this, only I don't know. I guess maybe it also depends like where in the house we're planning on putting it. Is this going to be in the entrance or is this going to be in my studio or, more private? Because that might determine a little of the subject matter or like, you know, not that I think that like, I think art and like nude art and stuff like that. I mean, nudes are very much a part of art because that's how you learn how to paint the body and so on. But not everyone's comfortable with that stuff. So that might determine a little bit kind of the subject matter to a degree. Um, Trying to remember, there's a um, oh, I think it was from Kevin and Bean, who I'm not really a big fan of. If you're not familiar, they're radio hosts in LA, or were. I don't know if they still are in talk radio. Um, if I remember correctly, one of them bought a photo of what was it? It was a photo of OJ Simpson. Um, I think he did for Playboy or Playgirl or whatever. And they have it, if I'm not mistaken, this is the story. There might be some details I'm a little wrong. And they have it hanging in the bathroom, their place, supposedly. Um, which is funny, all kinds of ways. But yeah, very much a side tangent, but I just thinking about the core for some reason brought up that memory, and I'm like, kind of funny. But yeah, I'm not. I used to kind of like them. As I got older, realized how like crappy they were in so many different ways. But yeah, K-Rock used to be a thing. Not so much anymore. I mean, it still exists. I just don't think it's relevant anymore. I've always wanted, is kind of on the same subject. I've always wanted a tattoo. I don't have any tattoos, and I've always thought about getting a tattoo of, one of my drawings. And but I was always very hesitant to do that because I'm like, I am going to in a in 5 years of getting this tattoo, I'm going to get better, and I'm going to look back at this drawing, and all I'm going to that I now have on my body, and all I'm going to see are mistakes. Um, Having to go back to painting, stay unique and creative. We'll talk to you all later. Oh, absolutely. Good luck with the painting. Moving is so hard, so there's so much to do. Good luck with that. And yeah, it's great talking to you. Talk to you later. Have a good one. But yeah, I've always thought about tattoo, but I can't. I feel like I would, or actually, I take that back. I used to feel that way. Now I'm getting to the place where while I see improvement in my drawings and paintings, it's a bit more subtle. And some of it's more choice oriented and versus skill. Um, so I might be getting to the place where I'd be more comfortable with it. It's also really weird because I don't feel that way about other people's art. Like artists I love, when I see their art, I'm not like, oh, in 5 years when I see how they've improved, I'm not like suddenly disliking their older stuff. It's very funny how that works. It's very much a uh, personal thing that I think artists deal with. So this guy is smoking a pipe. Well, smoking is the wrong word. He's got a pipe in his mouth. That is very much throwing me off on some of this stuff. Yeah, his face is going to be, I think, clearly the most challenging part of this painting above all else. It's just such an awkward angle mixed with awkward, like weird lighting. definitely challenging. So right now I'm using uh blinking permanent rose to sketch in all these edits. Um, it's a very bright, clear color. That's why I'm using it. However, that will, of course, mean that I have to cover up the bright, clear color. So uh, that will, of course, produce, you know, I don't want to say like challenges. It's just something I'm going to have to do. So, you can leave it out if you want, or leave it in, or rather. Some people do. That can look great. Just kind of depends and how you want it. In case anyone's wondering, what I'm doing is I have the photo in Photoshop um, overlaid um, on the painting, and I'm using that as a quick way of getting the placement for everything. It's not a perfect system. No system is. Yeah, it's definitely not a perfect system. It actually sometimes makes I want to say mistakes because but it's inaccurate. So one of the issues is camera camera lenses distort things to a certain degree. And when you're trying to do the placement, that distortion then gets brought into it in Photoshop. And that, uh, can lead to mistakes. That's why sometimes I'll do this one painting session, then I'll do it again in another painting session. Everything's slightly in the wrong place, and it's a frustrating aspect of that. You can try and mitigate it, but it's not perfect. Like adjusting, I do adjust things, um, you know, can warp it and so on, but it's not perfect. I'm sure that there's some way of doing it, like scientifically, where it won't have any of that, but I don't know what it is. And if it's not quick, then it's almost pointless as well. Because the whole point of this is that it's quick and easy. Also, something that I have a tendency of wanting to draw in everything. I have to restrain myself and remember that the point is draw in the pieces that need adjusting, not redraw the whole thing. Yeah, definitely catch catch myself multiple times trying to just go in and everything. There's really no point in drawing everything. I'm going to be painting it after all. I don't even need to draw, sometimes it's slight adjustments, no point. It's just the big things that I didn't quote unquote catch that I need to really adjust. Trying to get the placement definitely definitely challenging. Even with this system, like trying to see past all the lines that are already there. Definitely something that challenging. I've used a bunch of different systems in the past. I've done gridding, I've projected. Um, no system's perfect. They all have their, you know, they all have their issues. Um, I haven't done. I take that back. I haven't done. Oh, I've done a bunch of systems. I haven't done every system. Um, there is, what is it? So site size. I've heard this referred to and mean two different things. So there's site size, which refers to having your reference be the same size as your painting. And the reason it's site size because it's same size in your vision. If it's a huge, doesn't matter how big it is. Hey Salmon, welcome. Good to see you. So site size meaning that they're a one-to-one in like I said in your vision. Um, but then that's one reference I've heard. The other is having it refer to a system where you once again it's a one-to-one uh, size wise, but the idea is that you can hold up your reference and it covers the painting, corner to corner perfectly. So you can hold it up and then like put it down and hold it up and put it down so you see where where you need to adjust things um, visually, which is very similar to turning a layer on and off like Photoshop or something. But yeah, those are the two kind of very different site size things I've heard. I have not tried the second one. I do make my reference match sizes to the painting. How you doing, Simon? Let me know if I'm saying your name wrong again. But yeah, how you been? Good to see you. You're good. Thinking of just doing some gardening today. It was fun. That's great. I don't like gardening, but I think it's great that everyone do what they like. I cannot get into it, but I know a lot of people love gardening. I think it's great. I actually love gardening for other people, and I don't mean like me gardening. I love that it's an activity that people enjoy doing. I think it's a very cool activity in a lot of ways. You're out of printer paper that you used to practice drawing. You need to get another. Nice. Yeah, go get that paper. The reason I say nice and all that is because I think people should um, just burn through paper drawing wise. Like just the idea, the more you draw, the better you get, kind of, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. It's relaxing. I'm assuming you're referring to gardening. Yeah, not for me personally, but yeah, I've heard that. Part of the problem is I'm also allergic to things, so not a fun experience. But, you know, like I said, I think it's a great thing. I'm overall in favor of it. I love I just don't like dealing with the stress and hassle of it. Is really what it comes down to. Like we have a backyard with technically a garden, and I hate dealing with front front yard too. I hate it. Nothing but a hassle. But yeah, some people, everyone's gonna have different things. Hey Don Lee, welcome. Good to see you. How you doing, Don Lee? Don Lee is a streamer friend of mine who I met through Twitch. Just watching him last night, actually. It's Don Leo on Twitch. A lot of fun. Does digital drawings and paintings and a cool Spider-Man drawing. You used to be allergic to fig dust, but now you're okay because your body got used to it. Yeah, it's I just did an allergy test actually, and it was like there's a bunch of trees and grass and mold and stuff. So I'm actually gonna be doing the shots and stuff, hoping to like get my body used to that stuff. Hopefully, will be less allergic and less dying every time the seasons come around. Um, I know Don Saman, I know you've seen Don Lee here before. Michelle, just so you know, they Palia and James left, possibly. They said they were going to go back to painting, so they might not be in here. Oh, thank you, Don Lee. I'm glad you're doing good, and I'm glad you're liking how this is coming out so far. It's right now I'm placing in some of these like hotter colors right now because I'm going to be adjusting all of the colors, and I want to get those in because you know how it is. it gives you called it like adjusts the scale visually. So I have to, so everything has to adjust as I go. You think the red sketch lines are exciting? Will I let some show through in the final piece? Um, Probably not that much. I do like them. I have a painting from Nicholas Uribe, and he used a darker red, but I did like it. But he left all of it as a drawing. I probably won't in this one. Um, some might end up peeking through, but it won't be like something that I look for intentionally. Um, but I do agree with you that sketch lines can add so much energy to things. Um, so it's one of those things where it's like maybe not in this painting, but maybe I'll find another painting that kind of has the need for that, like, that energy added to it. Do love sketches and people's there's I love seeing artists I like. I love their sketches sometimes more than their finished work. I know a lot of times I like my own sketches more than my finished work. Um, Especially in drawings. It's less in paintings, but um, yeah. Falling into the trap of you. It's something I definitely struggled with, struggle with all the time. Nothing wrong with using a small brush, but I find it better to use larger brushes if possible. Stops me from falling into the weeds, stops me from getting bogged down of details. It overall brings the cohesiveness and the structure to the painting. So it's one of those things I have to be aware of in mind. Subtle peek through could be very cool. Yeah, it can happen. As I go, it's one of those things that will, like, if I need to adjust the drawing again, I will fall back. It's one of my go-to colors for painting, for like drawing over my painting with, because it's usually visually pleasing. It's not impossible to cover up. The paint has some transparency to it, so I can see underneath it. Um, yeah, it's just a good color to for me to paint through with, kind of thing. I have done it with blue, phthalo blue, but that one's so invasive that it's uh often not the best to use because it tends to, like, as I paint, it tends to seep into whatever I painted over it. And Yeah. Anyone who wants to use phthalo blue, it's a great color. It's good for a lot of things, but it, I went actually a couple times I put it down as a base color, kind of like a wash or something, and it was such a pain in the ass struggling against it the whole time until it dried and then I could cover it. So just some just something to be aware of. It's very invasive. It leaches through into other colors. Uh, unless you plan on waiting for it to dry entirely. Yeah. Are you looking to stream on YouTube, Donnelly? Are you thinking of giving that a shot? So, I was adding some blue and some green into this mix to desaturate it just a little so it's not so. I mean, I want it to be saturated, but some of these colors can be a little too. So for people who don't know, when you add complementary colors to each other, they will desaturate. It's not a perfect equation, but overall, that's the general thing. Family's asking, do I know if your YouTube stream VODs are monetized? I recently learned that Twitch VODs aren't. It's fine if I'd rather not get into it. That on stream. Meant to ask before, but forgot. Um, you can monetize them. I don't know if mine are. I haven't really made an effort to I haven't really made an effort in my called on my YouTube channel yet to like monetize or do any of that. Uh, my main focus, I'm using it more as a platform to make connections, meet meet people, and I guess promote my art, or you know, would be the way of phrasing it, I guess. So that I don't like I never expect to make money from the actual like YouTube side of things. You need 1K sub and like 4K hours of watching to monetize your channel. Yeah, there you go on YouTube. Yeah. So I haven't really looked into it honestly. Um, I know that so I'm nowhere near that right now. Um, so yeah, I don't think I can even monetize. But I know that like Nicholas Uribe has talked about that and about the money they make from monetizing their VODs. Well, their channel in general. And they don't make a ton of money from it, but um, very little. But they do make money from their VODs because they make money from their YouTube channel. And right now, all they do is live stream. So yeah. Having said that, I'm hoping. Well, obviously, I'm okay. Let me rephrase because I had something in my head and I didn't really structure that properly. I hope to meet those thresholds, even though I don't think I'll ever be like a YouTuber who makes his money off of YouTube directly. Um, as in like ad from the ads and the AdSense and all the views. But I do hope to have um, more than 1K subs and 4K hours of watch time in the future. But for now, I'm just focusing on the live streams aspect of it. I actually have a few friends who are, you know, friends and acquaintances who are on YouTube, and I would love to collab with them, but I'm not going to ask anybody to collab with me until I have a larger body of work to show, and I bring something to the table. Because I wouldn't want to just be asking otherwise, especially with my track record. I admittedly have not had the best track record with making YouTube videos and stuff like that consistently. Um, I think that's changing as far as the live streams go, because I I find live streaming a lot easier. So that's why I'm focusing on it. But I wouldn't want to ask people to like do anything with me until I feel like I bring something to the table. Dunley, you're saying, just curious since you were surprised that the Twitch VODs aren't monetized. Yeah. Well, so if you have the viewers, if you meet the criteria, yes, the VODs are monetized like any other YouTube. Basically, it's monetized the same way as any other YouTube content you make. Actually, the my understanding is the shorts are monetized pretty well on YouTube now, um, which is interesting, um, relative to other platforms. It's not as good as the actual YouTube videos, but you know, compared to other short content platforms, it's better, my understanding at least. There's also something really cool about the shorts. I know we're getting into the weeds of like streaming now. Um, but I thought this was cool. I wish they would implement it into regular videos somehow. Um, but my understanding is on the shorts that you can use copyrighted music, and they monetize that you can still monetize it. I think you have to use their system for the copyrighted music, so it go like part of the monetization goes to the creator of the music or whatever, but it doesn't um like kill the video entirely and you don't get no monetization out of it and like it does with the regular videos. So, got some pluses to it. Sounds like a good deal for all. Yeah. I really wish YouTube would implement so I know we're getting into the weeds of all this stuff, but so there's this stuff where like there's all these aspects of streaming that are very challenging, but YouTube could theoretically do some kind of thing where like let's say because I can't watch let's say I wanted to be a React streamer. I don't, but let's say I did. If I wanted to react to other YouTube videos, it could be problematic because they wouldn't get any of the revenue from, watching it, from me like watching their video and so on. I don't know if I don't think I'm doing a great job describing this, but uh YouTube has the ability to like um what's it called? Um like YouTube could know how many people are watching a live stream and how many people are watching a video that someone in the live stream is watching, and they could transfer the like monetization. They could figure it out. It's just could be a pain in the ass and they probably don't want to deal with it, so they don't. Uh okay, Michelle, that's fine. Thank you for letting me know. But yeah, I think they could do something because like I wish I could listen to music on stream and have music playing, but like music that I really like, not like um copyright free music and so on. Having said that, it's probably for the best because I suspect that a lot less people would enjoy my stream um, if I played the music I like. I suspect that I go a little heavier than most people like. So no, probably for the best. Yes, we're going out for a game night tonight with some friends. It'll be fun. It's funny. We're gonna get into some. I'm gonna talk some music stuff right now. So, um, I think most people who are familiar with pop culture from the '90s ish, familiar with the band Korn. I think they're kind of in the you know psyche kind of to a degree. I like the band. They're good. Um, so they're on my playlist. And I recently got into another band. I think they're called Unleash the Archers. Um, and played them recently for Michelle. And the lead singer of that band's really, really good. But they're really kind of hard and fast. And then, Korn song came on afterwards, and I'm like, I think of Korn as like a heavy, you know, hard rock band and all of that. New. I know it's like new rock or whatever. Um, but man, they sound so slow in comparison to like the band we were just listening to, because it just like such a difference. It's just so funny because yeah, apparently I'm getting to the point where horns starting to sound kind of slow. 80s and 90s music is super popular now. Yeah. Yeah, I think part of that's nostalgia, uh, you know. And I think some of it's really good music too, personally. Obviously it depends what I've never been into like I've never liked pop music much, so a lot of things that are popular that are pop music I've never been into. So it doesn't matter what era it's from. Not never been my thing. There's a there's a guy I follow on I watch him on YouTube Shorts, but he probably is on like TikTok and all those as well. He does this thing where he's like a comedian, I guess, or his shorts are comedy, and he does this thing where it's like these little scenes where he plays out like stand in for millennials, a stand in for Gen Z, a stand in, for boomers, for like he has like a you know, he plays all the different roles and I find him pretty entertaining. And he recently talked about music, about like some of the boy bands coming back and stuff like that. Don Lee, Corn is nice to slow dance to. Yeah, 2023. I mean, yeah, it felt really slow. Among Gen Z, they literally listen to their dad's favorite music. That's funny. What was it? Um, I remember a few years ago when Tool released their new album and they put all their music on the streaming sites finally, because up until now they none of their albums were available for streaming. Um, and they did it right as Taylor Swift released one of her albums, and they took they took up like I think it was 5 out of the top 10 spots on the streaming site on the streaming sites. And if you're not familiar with Tool, they have songs that are like 10 to 13 minutes, and apparently people who weren't familiar with it, like I don't know if they were Gen Z, but younger people who weren't familiar with Tool at all were losing their mind for like a week because it was like, who the hell are these people? What the hell is a 13-minute song? And how do they have 5 of the top 10 spots? What is happening here? You love Tool? Nice, I do too. One of my favorite bands. If you love Tool, you might enjoy uh, the new. I haven't been getting into the new songs of Sleep Token. Been really enjoying that. Yeah, I discovered Sleep Token recently. I think I like their new stuff more. They're not a very old band you know, so, but yeah, been enjoying it so far quite a lot. Yeah. Don Lee released the Archers, the band I was referring to earlier. Um, they're a I'm not mistaken that all their albums are um like a like a storyline, like a D&D storyline type of thing. Um, you might enjoy that. They're fun. Heavy though. They're like real fast and heavy. Really good though. I highly recommend. I think it's a few years old at this point, but "Tonight We Ride" is a good song. Yeah, yeah. Sleep Token's really fun. I would say I like their new stuff. Like it's The Summoning, Take Me Back to Eden, and Chokehold. I think are the latest songs that I've really liked. I know, not even talking about about painting at the moment, but I think in a 2 to 3 hour live stream, when not always going to be talking about painting. Having said that, if anybody does have painting questions, they are welcome. But yeah, I do I do think music. I love music, and I think music. Um, I think I've definitely taken my love for music and certain aspects of music, and at least theoretically and thinking, and kind of brought some of that into painting, especially the interpretive aspect of music, how you can listen to a song, like we can both listen to the same song and come away with wildly different, you know, interpretations of it. I'm trying to kind of bring that into painting in a way. Um, so yeah, I do think there's aspects that, you know, bleed over or combine. Lol, that's how live streams are. Yeah, Saman, that definitely an aspect of live streaming that isn't present in pre-recorded content, scripted and recorded. But yeah, I think it's fine. Um, I I I'm so torn. I There aren't a lot of live content that I like to watch. I obviously like Nicholas Uribe's video live streams, but I really enjoyed his scripted might not be the word, but his recorded videos where he went into uh like he had the time and would go into other things, and sometimes they would be able to pull up reference for stuff that he was talking about in the video, and so on. Really good content. I do miss those videos of his. Having said that, I like the live aspect too because you get access to the person, and he's a really cool guy to have access to. Um, so, so yeah, it's all, I'm always torn. I I wish I like there's some live streamers who I watch their like fan channels of people will take their VODs and cut them up and you know put them out as videos. I watch a lot of that, and it's kind of funny because it's like I won't watch their live streams, but I'll watch their cut up VODs after the fact. But some streamers are very some people who do live streamers are, well, first of all, they live stream for like 10 hours a day. And so it's not the most concise, you know. Um, that's definitely an aspect of streaming that I don't think I suffer from. My, given that I'm painting most of the time, and my stream is about painting, it's very like on topic all the time, for the most part. I love this like drawn in face. I don't know, it's so cute. I am gonna like actually paint the face, but I do like the drawn in one. Simon says, me too. Some of the streams for 8 hours a day, so watching and uploads of specific parts of the stream are very helpful. Yeah, I agree. It's just impossible. Well, not impossible, but I don't find it doable to like watch some people who are live for that long. Also, like it's just kind of some people their streams are just kind of meandering. You know, they're like it's it's 8 hours. It's slow. It's not on topic. It's not. I don't know. It's one of those things. Art streamers generally don't suffer from that though. Like most of the art streamers I follow, um, like Nicholas Uribe, like Arthur Gaines, Pink Epoxy back when she streamed. Pinky, by the way, miss you. Uh, everyone misses you, so just this thing. Yeah. Um, I don't feel like that was something that most of the art streamers I follow don't. That Visual Nomad, he's also an art streamer I follow. Uh, and yeah, most of these people are on Twitch. Uh, there's not a ton of there's a ton of YouTube artists. There's not a ton of YouTube live streamer painters that I know. Hi, Michael. Welcome. How you doing? True, they're usually 2 to 3 hours and are topical. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Well, and painting is tiring. And so I definitely lose steam after like 2 to 3 hours and I need a break. And well, uh I can paint for more than that a day, but I definitely need some breaks in between. Hey Donley, are you raising your hand? Is that what that emote is? You have a question? Oh, you're saying you're a YouTube live streamer? Is that what you're trying to say? On YouTube, there are something of streamers now. can't see that last word in that sentence. So I can't see what it's. So it's really frustrating. There are a lot of streamers now. Okay, yeah. So there's this little heart on the side of my chat, and it's always there. And I've tried like making my chat wider, but if someone types a certain amount, it still reaches it, and I can't see what's behind it. It's very stupid, and I want to get rid of that. I don't use that heart thing. I just it's gone. But yeah, I don't know why it's there. There's a lot of art streamers now. That's good. Um, that's great. I hope there's more. There's definitely a bit of a divide between Twitch and YouTube because of the like culture of the different channels of the different platforms. But yeah, I got into the live streaming on Twitch, and I got into the art community there. They're so nice. The art community on Twitch was fantastic. Um, I'm I hope some of them come over to YouTube. Um, yeah. Well, that sounds annoying. It is annoying. That stupid heart thing. It's like there for, I guess, emojis or so that I can say that I like something or whatever. But I can't move it. I can't change it, and it's always in that corner. So if someone types, unless I want to like full screen the chat, which I can't dedicate that much screen real estate to. You were trying to, Donnelly, you were trying to say hi to Michael, but for some reason it got deleted. Um, YouTube turned the it's some symbols into that Paradox Moose used to use to wave into emote. I am slightly lost. I understand that this is a conversation about uh, the like the shortcuts of emotes and uh, how they function. That's about all I got. Sorry it deleted your post. Um, I don't feel like I have as much moderation control here, but I also don't feel like I really need much, so it hasn't been an issue. Agreed, the heart emote in the corner is annoying. I agree too. A lot of Twitch streamers are now on YouTube. You were watching Moist Critical live stream yesterday. It's interesting. Yeah, a lot of them are moving over. But the thing about art, about the different art communities, is there's a handful of like painters, oil painters, or painters in on Twitch, but a lot of them are the art community is mostly digital there. Um, and on YouTube, there's more variety um, as far as art goes. So you know, there's a lot of digital, a lot of traditional. Like it's a good mix, or maybe a better mix, for more variety. Just a bigger platform, I guess, be the best way of looking at it. But yeah. Pink Epoxy used to be an oil painter on Twitch. Uh, she built a really large community. Very nice person. Uh, really cool streamer. Her community, where I know Don Lee from, like it brought a bunch of people together. She, but she, I think she just stopped for the most part. Um, I got to know her. I got to know her on Twitch, and from through her, I met Don Lee, Visual Nomad, um, uh, a really cool sculptor who I am blanking on his name right now, and it's killing me. Um, yeah, a lot of really cool people. I'm blanking on so many names right now that are like streamers who, and a lot of these people are not like big streamers, but they're really nice people and really cool artists. Lamocal, yes, Lamocal, thank you. And also Vlaf. Vlaf did a really cool project where he was like making a community comic book. I don't know if he ever finished it. I missed it if he did, but it was really cool idea. I liked it. Um, San says true. Now that you think of it, on YouTube, there's a lot of traditional artists. Yeah, there's a lot more traditional artists on YouTube than on Twitch. For sure. Donley says, I must admit, I've seen quite a few traditional artists on Twitch lately. As you said, they're overwhelmingly digital. Yeah, they are. They are. There, there are. I agree with you, Donley. But one of the things is that a lot of them are not the majority, but a lot of them are. Sorry, not all, but the majority. Even if they're traditional, there's not a lot of oil painters. There'll be what's it called? There's a lot of watercolor, some acrylic. There are some oil painters. It's not none, but less. Definitely less. Um, oh, what's her name? Oh my God, I'm just blanking on everybody's name right now. Um, Something pretty. She does traditional art. She like does fantasy and dragons and stuff. Um, uh, My Cat Box or Kitty, I can't remember. Her channel, she does traditional art, not oils, water based usually. So yeah, I think Arthur Gaines is one of the biggest ones for sure. He's just a fantastic artist, and he had a big following before. There's there's one who's a digital artist. He's a game a concept artist. Um, can't remember, I'm blanking on his name, but he did something with he collabed with uh Mike Shinona or whatever his name is from Linkin Park. Um, that was like a big deal if you're into that. That got him a ton of people. Um, Michael says you love Arthur Gaines. Arthur Gaines is awesome. He a fantastic artist. For anyone who isn't familiar, I highly recommend checking him out. Fantastic artist, very knowledgeable. He teaches painting, and I think he has videos that he teaches them too. He definitely has videos that you can buy. You can buy his stuff online. Really cool. Um, every time I've seen him on stream and everything, he's very, very nice. Really cool guy. Trying to remember, he lives in Europe. I can't remember if it's Italy. Well, I think it's yeah. Can't remember. Um, I don't remember he's from. Can't remember what country he's from. I think he might be Russian originally. He's got a bit of an accent. Not horrible, just it's there. But very nice. Yeah, I like that. I like him. I like his streams. He's fun to watch. He also has I don't remember. He has a Discord that I think you can. Don't know if he teaches on the Discord or not, but yeah. If you like kind of abstract-ish, I guess no abstract, but still with recognizable things in it. Visual Nomad's really cool. She's on Twitch. She's she's a cool streamer. Nice person too. All right, Simon, have a great day. Thanks for stopping by. I am going to have a snack, a little big bar thing. Disassociative realism is what you think Visual Nomad's painting style is called? Interesting. I never would have thought of that. Yeah, her stuff's really cool. I I don't know how she does her painting. I would totally struggle to keep track of all the detail and like weirdness that's in there. Like I would just lose track of everything. I don't know if you can see it here. I did a painting that has some aspects of that. Hold on, I can show it. Second. This painting has some aspects, uh, very subtle, but some aspects that are similar. Um, and like when I did the all the sheets, I got lost in it. It was so much. You believe she creates the piece digitally, with digital collage and uses as a blueprint? Yeah, she does. Um, but it's still, when I did that painting, I had reference to work from, but um, it's still like, it's a lot it's easy to get lost in it. I actually learned a lot from that painting. I, I painted that using a grid, and I tried to use the grid to help do all the all the folds and all of that stuff. And I think personally, like working in that experience, I wouldn't do that again in the future. If I were to paint something like that in the future, I would do it as like big blocks, and block out the main shape, then block out the biggest folds, get those in the right place, and then slowly you basically from there keep going down and down into the details. Um, which is the way that, the painting system of most things. So yeah, that's how I'd approach it. Because trying to like map all that out, no thank you. But yeah, I definitely edit my photos a lot more than I used to. And I mean more in the last like 5 years than I did, let's say, before that. Definitely how I would recommend people work if they are using photo reference would be to make sure your photo reference looks like the painting you want before you even start. Um, what's his name? Jeremy Mann has a video about how he makes his photo reference. Um, and it is fascinating, um, the lengths he goes through to make his photo reference. One thing I thought was really, a good point is he says like, if you know why would you expect to get a interesting painting out of a like boring photo, something to that extent, or you want interesting paintings, use interesting photos, something like that. I can't remember. He's he's right. To a degree, he is right. However, there's no hard rules in art. There's a painter I like, Mark Tennant. Tennant, I'm not sure. I like his paintings. Um, and it looks like he does paintings from like overexposed Polaroids of people like a lot of time doing all kinds of like partying or doing all kinds of things, you know. And you can't see. It's really cool. I like it. I really like his paintings, but like I can imagine seeing that as a photo reference and being like, this looks like crap. Why would I ever want to paint this? But he makes it interesting. He does a good job. Yeah, if anyone wants to uh, see that video, I don't remember what it's called. Like Jeremy Mann, it's on his YouTube channel. It's an old video. It is not new, but it's a good video for anyone who's interested in that process. I will say that the more I do it personally, the less I need the reference to look a certain to like a lot of the distortions and a lot of the a lot of that stuff over time you get used to doing it and you can do it easier without editing the photo as much. I have I have one painting. The whole point of that particular painting was to basically to do all of the like visual edits in my head other than cropping. Cropping I left on the I left to the computer. Oh, cropped it to the right size and then but then I painted it freehand without any computer manipulation. The the reason for that was just to see if I could. Like, have I learned? Have I improved? Have I been, can't, how much do I rely on the computer? I could do it. It's harder, for sure. It's definitely harder. A lot easier to edit things in the computer, get it how you want it, and then do it. I wish I could do this kind of stuff that Jeremy Mann does to edit his photos, but oh man, that's a degree of not even dedication. He's really into photography and into cameras. I'm not. I tried to be interested in it, but or rather, maybe interest is not the right word. Passionate in a way. Like he's just really into it. It's his thing. He collects cameras. He's got all this gear. Yeah. Also a degree of expense that I'm not really up for. But it's always a factor, unfortunately. But yeah, it's still a cool video. Cases look stuck now. Tightened up. But just places I haven't touched just look little bit. I believe that patient with paintings, they go through an ugly stage. Sure. One of those like trust the process kind of things, but depend depending. Like it can also be so bad that it throws off everything. I try to avoid that. Like throwing me off, go in and feel like answer sometimes when I'm painting for two reasons. One, there's that supposed story about how like John Singer Sargent used to paint like a fencer. Like he'd stand back, brush out, and go back, put a mark and back. Um, which is probably great practice to do. But also because I put my arm like into my side. It reminds me of the fencing stance. I do that to try and help me remember to stand up straighter, help my back out a little, but yeah, it's funny. That reminds you, you've been trying to concentrate on your posture lately. Oh yeah. It is so important. My neck has been so messed up for the last like 2 weeks. I don't know what it is. I don't know. Probably a bunch of things combined, but it's so important as you know, as you work, as you get older. So much fun getting older, but it's not just age. You put a lot of strain on your body doing certain things, and art is surprisingly strenuous on the body. Um, yeah, I also have personally felt an injury from a drunk driver running into me, which makes everything a little harder. You don't want to curl like a shrimp as you get older. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, if you hear any talk to almost any professional painter, illustrator, anyone who works in that field, um, they will talk about ergonomics and like all that stuff comes up a lot. That's why like certain products, um, you know, like um, like art products, especially like digital art products, that's a often a selling point, so on. But yeah, we're so poorly designed as animals. Our head weighs a ton. Um, just just awful design. Funny enough, people who work digitally, one of the things is I work on a Cintiq alternative, but Cintiqs or Cintiqs alternatives, those are the screens that you draw on. Um, those are sought after when compared to the tablets that you draw on. By tablets, I mean they have no screen. You just draw on it, and you know it transfers what you're drawing to the screen that you're looking at. Um, those are more entry level and so on. Having said that, those often have the better ergonomics um, than the ones with the screen, which I think is very funny. just one of those things that it's worth keeping in consideration. It depends what you're doing digitally. The cheaper, quote unquote, entry level tablets be a better fit. And you get to save some money. Trying to squint more now. Painting. I don't always remember to squint enough. Very useful. Not as useful when you're doing digital art often because you're so close to it anyway. Yeah. You've been using a tablet since your drawing monitor broke. You're not sure, at least for the moment, you're not getting a drawing monitor replacement. Yeah, it absolutely, um, it's definitely better ergonomics. Uh, it has other advantages as well, like a simple drawing tablet over the monitor. Um, it really depends on what you're doing. Um, I think that's definitely like what you're working on, uh, style, all of those things are important factors. I use a drawing monitor for work. Um, Storyboarding, it is so much better to use a monitor because of the accuracy. Um, it's two things that are very important in storyboarding are accuracy and speed, and accuracy leads to speed. Um, so kind of important. But some people do only use the tablet, even for storyboarding. They're either accurate enough or their style is very loose because it kind of depends on what you're working on. You can be very loose storyboards. But if those things aren't what you're doing, or you're not doing line work as much, definitely if you mostly paint, yeah, I bother. You do digital painting, not line work, comic booky stuff. I would even recommend tablet um over a monitor personally. Get better ergonomics. Usually a monitor with good color accuracy is cheaper than a what's it called than a drawing monitor with good accuracy. Yeah, easier to attach to a laptop if you need it. It's just better in so many ways. I think it's actually pretty funny how like we put so much importance on different different things, and then as time goes on, sometimes those things that we think are very important for making art or for like I'm thinking mostly in technology at the moment, but like not always. It's very funny how that you had a drawing tablet prior to getting the drawing monitor, and one thing you do miss with a tablet, your hand isn't in the way. Oh my God, yes, absolutely. In fact, that's a huge problem, your hand being in the way, especially like it I mean, well, not especially, but it just depends. But yeah, I find that very annoying. I do photo retouching, or I do photo retouching. I still do sometimes, but and my hand's in the way on the monitor, and I hate that. It drives me nuts. Just like it never was that way when I used a tablet. Hey, Catherine, welcome. So good to catch me live. Oh, thank you so much. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Uh, Questions, comments, art discussions, all of it's totally welcome. You're welcome to, chime in. Um, been talking a bit about like digital art and digital stuff, but just I don't know, like, you know, um, subject matter will change and, you know, just go from one thing to the next. I have a background in doing a lot of digital artwork, so default to it. How have you been? What have you been up to? But yeah, I used Donley, or anyone who's interested in digital. One of the things that, they is such a big selling point for digital is the pressure sensitivity of the tablets and everything like that. And it's funny because at one point I still use pressure sensitivity. I'm not saying it's not an important feature, but there have been times where I disabled it. And all I did was use the flat, the like a no pressure sensitivity, just the pointer aspect of it, because it was easier on my wrist. You have to get going, Donley. No problem. Uh, Take care. Have a good one, man. It was good chatting with you. You could see not needing pressure sensitivity. Get a lot out of it, but it's more of a stylistic thing. Yeah. Bye again. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Bye. Have a good one. Yeah, pressure sensitivity in like digital tools is a big thing, a big selling point. But I've seen some great artists do these amazing sketches on their phone with their fingers. I'm not up for that. I wish I was. These are some people who do like in the moment things, but oh my God, they do a good job of it. And even though they're doing it with their finger, the way they get like tonal variation is they'll basically do visual mixing, so they'll like scribble a lot of things together and it makes it work. Catherine, the painting looks great. It did change quite a bit since last time you saw it. Yes. Thank you. First of all, I appreciate that. Yeah, it's I made a big change today in it. So uh you can go back and watch the recording, but yeah, I knew it was going to be a big change today. Um I talked about it earlier. I really do not mind repeating myself. Um, so the thing is, when painting in general and painting and streaming in addition, but just painting in general and actually doing anything, it's not just painting. We as people only have so much attention, bandwidth, and so on that we can dedicate to things. So this painting has a bunch of challenges that are new to me. So, and I was streaming while doing it. So my focus was very much on like getting getting it right, getting the placement of things right, making it look like the reference and so on. Um, when I had time to step back from it and like look at it and evaluate it, you know, I could see that like even though those things are fine and those are good qualities to strive for in general, it was then missing a lot of the like style and look I was going for. So I took the opportunity to think about it. I worked on the reference image and I knew I was going to be taking it in a bit of a different direction. So that's why the drastic change of things. I don't think it's a good idea to like change midway usually. It's worth mentioning, but um, this is this is a how can I put it? It's not that big of a change when you compare it to the reference in a way. I'll put it that way in a way. And I have a little buddy here who wants some attention. Isn't that right, little buddy? Hi, Dresden. Little cat buddy, huh? I know you'd rather I pet you on the floor, but they can't see you if I pet you. Oh, good. Purring. Ah, good little. Hey, Carla, welcome. Just in time to see Dresden. Yep. Oh, sweet. You know, Dresden. Want me to put you down and can't see you then. Okay. here's the cutest thing. Wait, watch. Tail? Do you want your tail? Give me your tail. Give me your tail. Uh, does the name Dresden mean something? Well, yes, Dresden is uh it was named after so much fur to brush. Yes. I have brushes here that I I brush him all the time, but still so much fur comes off of him. He's named after a character from a book series, The Dresden Files. Having said that, it's also a place in Germany, though that wasn't why we named him Dresden. It's after the book series. Uh, Funny side note, Dresden in the book series is a wizard, and we then adopted a dog whose name, before we adopted him, was Wizard. So, kind of worked out. Excuse me for just a second. I am going to strike my back. Second. But yeah, it kind of worked out that way. I'm very tempted to buy that, like called the chirp wheel or something like that. It's like a wheel that you lay back and stretch your, back on. Supposedly it makes it pop a lot and so on. Very tempted to get one of those. Oh, Michael, he's named Dresden after the character of a book series, The Dresden Files. And me and Michelle both like it. You love my painting. Did I use a palette knife in the background? Yes, I did use a palette knife in the background. Absolutely. Background's probably going to get some more work on it at some point. Like I'm going to go in and fix and add some detail and stuff. But yeah, use a palette knife. I wish I had the control to do palette knife on everything. Not that not that I think that like how can I put this? I've seen people do palette knife portraits. It's not necessarily a look I would want to go for. I just really what it boils down to is I hate cleaning my brushes and cleaning a palette knife or cleaning the like those silicone like paint thingies is so much easier than a palette than brushes. I just wish I could replace my brushes with those things, but there's a level of control that you just don't get from that you get with a brush that you don't get from those things, and subtleness and then so on. Catherine, I am left-handed, yes. Carla, gosh, you say you feel the same. Uh, you're lazy at times and paint with the knife. Yeah. I have some of these thingies. They're like these little silicone like uh I don't know what they're called. I actually want to get some more. These ones someone bought. Most of the ones I have are were gifts and they're really crap quality. Um like this isn't good, you know. When it when this happens, that's not good. Um but they're very one thing I find them very useful for is detail work. Because my brushes always splay because I'm bad at taking care of them. So my brushes are always splayed um, to a degree. So getting detail is very hard, but those things never splay. So when I need to go in and do detail, I often fall back on those. Are these great habits to have for a painter? No. Am I recommending people do it this way? No. Is this definitely how I act? Yes. Uh, yeah. I'm actually planning on purchasing some rosemary brushes to give them a try. I've heard nothing but glowing, uh, you know, uh, opinions or reviews of rosemary brushes. I don't currently own any. I'm buy I'll buy some and see how they are. I'm sure they're fantastic. I am worried I'm going to destroy them uh and not really get the you know, benefit of them in a way because they're supposedly great brushes, but if I destroy them really fast, then not great brushes after. So yeah. There's the painter I'm trying to remember I think it's Casey Naismith or something like that. He does like abstract landscapes. Um, very colorful, like very colorful uh abstract landscapes. Beautiful stuff. Really good. And he's made some really good YouTube videos as well about his process and about uh mixing paint and so on. But the reason I bring him up is saw him he had a video of him doing a live demo and he used a large fan brush to lock in his painting. And I really don't think it was the right brush tool for the job in the sense of like not what it's designed for. And basically, he opened a new brush and then to start the painting and then basically destroyed the brush. And so it was like a one-time use thing. I'm sure it was a very cheap brush. Um, but yeah, it just reminded me of that. Uh, there's a painter. I don't remember his name right now. It starts with an H, but I can't remember the name. No, that's not very helpful. He paint big on online. I don't think he has any videos or many videos. He's on um like Heinrich, maybe maybe that's not the right way of saying it. I don't know. Um, he does these paintings where the figures' faces are kind of messed up, like gooped up, like the just the eyes. The rest of it looks fine. He has these people like floating in water. I don't remember his name, but anyways, beautiful paintings, like gorgeous paintings. I've seen him do like I've seen videos of him doing laying in laying in the process or doing a wash version of his paintings and stuff. Um and he'll use a fan brush for it, and I'm just like, man, that probably is a one-time use for that fan brush, the way he's like just looping it on with paint and like smearing it around. Totally worth it. If you get the look you want, you get the look you want. But yeah. Cannot remember his name. Carla, I'm sorry. It starts with an H. He's kind of popular on Instagram. I can try looking it up in a minute, but cannot remember his name. I'm actually putting together a list of I decided, since I keep bringing up artists on stream and I can't remember anyone's name, I'm putting together a list of YouTubers. I'm going to start with YouTube and Twitch, and then I'm going to move on to like Instagram. So I'm putting together like a master list of artists that I, uh, like or recommend or whatever. Like I'm trying to put together a list. Carla, you say you have Rosemary Filbert synthetics. And they don't retain their shape very long. Very disappointing. You have some Eclipse Angulars also by Rosemary that you do like. That's nice. Um, Catherine says, cleaning my brushes was always such a work until someone told me to just put Vaseline on them. Super quick and easy. I haven't heard about Vaseline. I don't know. Um, I don't know about that. My my cleaning technique is I if I can remember to do it after my after I paint, I will clean them in Gamsol until they are clean, push them around in Gamsol until they're clean, and then I'll do the same, repeat in safflower oil, and then leave them. Uh, but I only do that if I know that I'm going to come back and paint within a couple days. If I know for some reason I'm, going on vacation, or I know I won't be able to paint for like a week or something like that, I will, or I just need to deep clean them, I use Murphy's oil soap to clean them. I don't soak them in safflower oil. I clean them in safflower oil, and then I what's it called? Like wipe them, but they've got safflower oil in it. You don't use any solvent anymore. Um, I don't use any solvent in my painting. I literally only use it for the final like cleaning. Um, that's the only thing I use solvent for. Uh, so it's not a lot. It's just I find it as a quick, easy way of cleaning the brushes. But yeah, I don't use solvent, and I have an airtight container for it. So yeah, I'm kind of with you on that. I don't I don't use any solvent in my painting process at all. Um, yeah, I don't leave them soaking in safflower oil. I'll re-dip them in safflower oil if, let's say, I think I'm going to paint in a couple days and then I can't. I'll take them and like dip them in it again just to keep them wet. But I'm not like I'll be honest, I'm just not the best at keeping up with it. The paint in the brush isn't completely gone, but the Vaseline is a shield from air, and when you wipe the Vaseline off, the rest of the paint mostly comes off. Just try it if you like it. The thing I'd be worried about, Catherine, so I've heard people say, I haven't heard Vaseline, but I've heard baby oil, and I've heard people recommend other oils. Oh, it looks like things may have stuttered for a second. Let me know if I'm no longer online. It looks like there's some kind of error. That's weird. Um, anyways, the issue with that is I'd be concerned about is like those are non-drying oils, and I'm I'm hesitant to introduce a non-drying oil. Yeah, my connection just stuttered. Am I back? Let me know if I'm back. I don't know what happened. It just glitched out for a second. So let me know if I'm back when I'm back. Okay, I'm back. All right, yeah. I don't know what happened. It glitched out for a second. Yeah, I, I just worry about introducing a non-drying oil into into my into the painting basically. Thanks, Carl. I appreciate it. Glad I'm back. Yeah, that's my concern with like Vaseline or baby oil. Uh, yeah. Michaels says I just buy cheap brushes. Mm. Yeah. Yep. Um, that has been my go-to. That and being very stubborn about using splayed brushes. The paint dries just as well as before. Okay. Well, I'm glad. Yeah, that's my like concern in my head, but um glad to hear it. It still dries. Carlos says, you see Renzo and Nicholas Uribe paint with inexpensive brushes and create incredible paintings? Absolutely. Um, yeah, absolutely. But having said that, it is a like having good brushes is nice, and having better materials is nice and can make life easier for sure. So, I don't want to I don't, it's definitely not a cut and dry issue, I guess. I mean, unfortunately, part of the issue is like, let's be honest here. Part of this is an issue of expense and accessibility, right? Like that is definitely a huge factor in these things. What brushes am I using? Um, I am using Princeton. Uh, this is the Princeton Dakota series. this one. And this one is the Princeton Aspen. And this one is a silver silk, silver silk. I also have a bunch of other brushes here, but we pull out one that I did like. Another one I liked was Jack Richardson Gray Matters. You can't see the writing. I don't know why I'm showing it to you. Yeah. So the thing is, the thing about these brushes is they're different use cases for them. The Dakota and the Aspen are much stiffer, which is very useful for certain times. And the Gray Matters and the Silver Silk, they're much softer, um, which are very useful at different times in the painting. Uh, you know, I think having that variety, like it's just part of it. Yeah. I mostly use flats. I have some filberts. I don't like my filberts usually. I prefer my flats. I almost never have a need for anything other than flats. Almost never. Like riggers sometimes have a, you know, definitely have a purpose. Um, I mean, there are brushes that have purposes. I just don't use them for that purpose, so I don't have a personal need for it. But that doesn't mean that they're not useful. Fan brushes, for instance, are very useful for what they do. I just don't do that, so they're not useful to me. Yeah, absolutely. So I've also used Utrex brushes. The reason I'm using a lot of these brushes is because I can get them at all of these brushes you can buy at Jerry's Artorama, not the Utrecht, but the ones I just mentioned. They're on the, I won't say that they're like cheap, but they're not expensive, right? Like these aren't these aren't as expensive as Rosemary or Trekell. Um, but you know, they're not dollar store brushes either. Um, yeah, but I can get them at Jerry's Artorama, and I buy a lot of my art supplies at the moment from Jerry's. So that's why I use them. And I don't think they're exclusively at Jerry's. I just know that they are at Jerry's. I even back. That was playing. Yeah, I spent a lot of time trying to figure out like what brushes to use. I used a lot of cheap like called essentially like watercolor brushes and stuff like that. Uh no, absolutely no good. Don't recommend those. So, funny, you're new to flats, watching you use them, and Nicholas, you guys paint anything with them. Yeah, I honestly, I don't find almost any need for anything else for the most part. Like I said, rigor is sometimes if you need to do like you know, like long thin lines. Yeah, like they're they're better at that. But yeah, I don't know. I haven't found the need for much of anything else. So I have a few filberts. Oh, excuse me. I have filberts and I've used them in the past. I just haven't. Overall, I just end up finding them not to be very as useful as flats. I guess it's a personal preference thing. There is a painter on. I keep saying this. I say this over and over. This is why I'm putting together a list because I keep saying this over and over. There's a painter online who does, I think his name is Michael something. Um, uh, does like these paintings that are very like he doesn't fully mix the colors and he puts the paint on very thick. So you get all these streaks and stuff through it. And he paints I think he uses yes, he uses pretty rough brushes like uh I'm assuming like bristle brushes. Uh yeah, and he just puts it on all thick. And honestly, like I've watched some of his videos as he's painting and he puts it on and I'm like don't know how he does it. Like if I tried to paint like that, it would just be a gloopy, gloppy mess. Uh, and he does it, and it's just gorgeous. Um, so yeah, one of the, one of those things. But yeah, um, all to say that like, it's the right brush for the job, I suppose. I couldn't use his brush. Oh, the point I was trying to get is I could never use the brushes that he uses to paint because they're too like oversized for what I would want to use, and I think they're not like I really like, even though I use my brushes when they're splayed, I really like fresh brushes that are like very tight and very sharp. Like that's what I like. Um and his stuff is kind of out of control to me. Uh, you know, but does a great job with it. Sounds fun though. Lots of paint. Yes, oh, lots of paint. Yeah, his stuff's great. Just like I said, I wish I could remember his name right now. This is why I'm trying to put together a list of painters and artists that I like. Eventually, I might even add to the list and start like um, categorizing them, but I'll start just by listing them first, and we'll get to categorizing later. I think what I'll do is I might actually make it. I'm doing it in like Google Docs. I might actually make it public somehow, or make a copy public somehow, and let people add to it, um, or add a submission form where people can can recommend artists or something like that. So, because there's no way I know everybody, like, you know. But I also don't want to recommend people I don't know. So it's going to be this like, it's going to be this thing of like maybe people can, like I said, submit an artist, and I can then, when I have time, go check them out and so on. Because like there's a lot of artists out there that I could recommend for different things. Not just like, oh, their artwork looks great. It's like, what, who cares? That's meaningless. Like if I recommend someone's art as far as like what it looks like, that's okay, cool. Um, but some of them charge money for Patreon, some of them have classes, some of, and so on. And I don't want to recommend someone who I don't think would be decent. So letting people just like fill up a list. I'm hesitant to do that. Yeah. I don't know if that makes sense. But, that's my thought process. Obviously, a lot of these people I don't know in person and haven't taken their classes, but at least there's a degree of like, oh yeah, I think this person is at least proficient, you know, um, in case someone's like a very inexperienced artist, they don't know, they can't even differentiate that, don't want to be responsible for that. Kind of on the same subject I was just talking about as far as like having a list and recommending stuff, um, I'm not going to say who or what here because looking to do that, but I took a class, a workshop, like a, weekend workshop with someone. And unfortunately, I was very disappointed from the workshop. It was an artist I liked, and I suspect that it was because of what's it called? Uh, Circumstances regarding like the situation, which not I want to get into too much detail. I'm trying not to out the person and call them out because, like I said, I think it was. I don't think that was normally how they are. Like I think they are. I've heard people say good things about their workshops, so I'm assuming it was like, you know not always great. Like what can you do? But the reason I mention it is because like I would want people to just recommend, whoever. There are some people who I would not recommend. Like there's a different artist out there. Once again, I'm not gonna name anybody because I don't want to like. I'm not looking to start drama, and I'm also not looking to shit on people. Um, but I would not recommend him. So I would. That is definitely like something I would not put him on a list of like. these are cool artists that I think you know you should check out. Yeah. So that's why I don't want people to just submit whoever. uh, at least if it's coming from me. People want to post online that they love an artist, go for it. You'd be interested to know how the artist teacher know. Oh, the artist teacher, but you understand wanting and not wanting to name names. Yeah. So, like I said, there's different people and there's different, depending on who it is, like there's different reasons not to get into naming names kind of thing. Um, yeah. And there's also an aspect of like, I don't know, if there's always an aspect too of like, I definitely don't want to be the what's it called? Like the origin of um like hurting someone's reputation. Um like in the sense of like okay, who knows? Like sometimes they're like people aren't always at their best. People aren't always feeling well. People, so I don't want to like make it a thing where it's like, oh, well, I had a bad experience one time, so therefore cancel. But there are some people who have a bad reputation, you know, and for good reason. But yeah. Some artists are amazing teachers and some shouldn't be teaching. For sure, some people are definitely better teachers than artists than they are at like making their own art. Some people are good at both. Some people are like great at art and horrible teachers. Like so yeah. What a pity the workshop didn't satisfy. It costs a lot of money. Was it in person or online? So, Catherine, that's the thing. It was supposed to be in person, but ended up being online. And I think that was actually the deciding factor to the quality of that particular workshop. And once again, it might have not even been that artist's fault because not only was it suddenly online, but he wasn't in control of the um, online aspect of it because it was through a different school. So all in all, uh, you know, not great. Um, it wasn't like I said, wasn't as satisfying. Um, you know, but like I said, this particular artist has a good reputation. Worth mentioning. Worth mentioning that. So my assumption is, this was a bad circumstance. Oh, yeah. Combination of circumstances. Yes, exactly. And they refunded a portion of the money because it was supposed to be in person and then it was online, so I got a partial refund. Whatever. So I want to talk briefly about the painting. Um, so I knew that like I was working on it the first two streams and got it to where it was. Two or one stream, I can't remember. Anyways. And then in this stream I was like, okay, I'm shifting some aspects of it. Um, and obviously I started doing that as I went on this, today. Um, taking maybe it's a deficiency in my vision or skill or whatever, um, or maybe it's just a process, But like I was like, okay, I'm making the background lighter. Basically I'm elevating the key of the whole painting, like just bringing it all up, and I'm adjusting some of the colors. It's a black and white photo, so colors are, you know, to my discretion completely, and so on. And obviously, I did that partially. I haven't touched everything, but I did that digitally too, so that I could have good reference. And it's still too dark. So I'm going to work on bringing everything up even more. And what I was talking about, the deficiency in my ability, or maybe it being a process, is like I wish I could have hit that color that right away, but working on something darker and trying to get to something lighter can is like it can affect how you see things. um it's a, what's it called, it's a relative issue. It's an issue of light relative to dark kind of thing, and now seeing it, most of it light, it's not light enough, so I'm gonna go in there and do more. Um, Catherine says, where did I get the reference for this? Is it a commission or people you know? No. This is a found photo. Um, so people, I don't remember if I got this from, there's a website specifically called like Found Photography, but there's some others. I will actually link where I got it from um when I'm like when I post the photo, the not the photo, the finished painting. But found photography is basically photos that you know, uh, people just find. It is, a storage unit gets cleaned out, and there's a box of photos that no one knows who these people are, uh, often where or when it's from. It's just like photos. And that's what this is from. Like you can go to swap meets and stuff like that, or marketplaces, and just like buy photos of like random people that have just like, you know, that just were found. All right. So I think this is close to being as bright as I want it, but this all is like way darker than I want it to be now. Like and it's tough because when you go into model things, you want to have, there's a reason that they say that, what's it called? Value is everything, because you use value to model um and structure things. So it's always challenging when you start decreasing uh, the value range significantly. You start losing that ability to a degree. Yeah. Roller. I'm gonna grab some of the light colors because I want this light. And now I am gonna mess up my painting again. And the reason I'm messing it up is because I don't want to have to deal with all the edges that I've already created in some areas. This will also thin out um, some of the contrast. It will essentially, um, yeah, it'll just even out a ton of the contrast. Um, it will allow me to loosen up certain areas because I'm no longer restricted to the mistakes I've already made. Um, why do I think the persons are too dark? They're not so dark. They're not too dark for the photo. They're too dark for the how I edited the photo and for the compression that I am looking for in a painting. Um, I am trying to get a certain look, and I'm willing to forego some detail and um, clarity to get that look. Because I'm trying to I'm trying to get I want this to feel honestly like the goal is I want this to feel like a memory. Even though it might not be your memory, I want it to feel like one of your memories in a way. I don't know if that makes sense. That's just the thought. I don't think I can actually pull that off, but it's the kind of what I'm going for. And so I will forego clarity and detail for that. I don't think those things are that important most of the time. Um, let's see. Where did I get the roller? You've never seen this being done. The Brave. No, the roller, it's a brayer. It's used for print making usually. Um, they have different kinds. This one's a little soft, and I kind of like the soft one more than I have a hard one. I think I like the soft one a little more. Um, uh, is this what's called in English high key painting? Yes, but it doesn't. It is a high key. This one is going to be a high key painting, but it doesn't have to be um, to achieve what I personally want. Just in this painting, it does. I'll give you an example in a minute when I'm done. When I'm done with this part. So yeah, I'll show you what I mean. And as far as like what is it? Someone wrote I'm missing it. Someone said brave about it. So I get that. My my approach to painting, um, my motto on painting has been to constantly repeat no fear to myself because I used to be afraid of like making mistakes and wiping things off and so on. But yeah, that has been my one of my guiding mottos. The other thing is I like first of all, at this stage I can wipe a lot of it off if I need to because it like I started today, everything I did today can practically be wiped off if I decide to soon. Um, but also I know that I can like if I painted it once, I can paint it again. Like, I can get it there if I need to. So it, it it's trusting that you can do that because you can. If you did it once, you can do it again. Um, so this was the painting. Um, this is the painting that I painted a while ago that I want to take the painting I'm doing right now, more in this direction. So that's why this one's high key. However, I will show you a painting that I think achieves a lot of the same things, but is not high key. So I have two paintings here. This one. This one has a lot of contrast to it, but only in certain areas. Most of the painting is dark. So it's just like obviously there's high contrast, but most of it's dark. And then um and then this one, which once again, most of the painting is a very low key. It has the smoke, which is white, but everything else is like very dark. And I have like one or two more, but these were the easily accessible. So, and Jeremy Mann's a great example of someone who can paint like really moody, dark paintings that, pull that look off. So, oh, thank you, Carla. I appreciate that. Carla, you're slowly learning to cultivate fearlessness. Yeah, it's definitely one of those things that oh, there it is. Uh, yeah, it's definitely something to you know, uh, I think I think artists need. I know I needed to work on it a lot. Like it was not something that just came to me. Like some artists are like whatever those people are, they are what they are. It's not my painting style, my painting approach. None of it has been like what has come to me. I want to say naturally or what I'm naturally inclined for. I had to really push myself to paint like this, to like have this approach and so on. Oh. So, you know, yeah. Oh, thanks, Michael. I appreciate that. I'm actually going to have to use the brayer one more time. The faces didn't get enough. They're a little too crisp for my liking at the moment. But yeah, this averages out a lot of the, it just mixes the color, so it averages out a lot of it. In this case, that's what I want, so it's useful. And I will say this, the part that sucks is that like I have to like I end up repainting the painting multiple times. And that takes time and that sucks, but yeah, what can you do? Did not mean for that to happen, but oh well. That is one of those things where it's like I am going to either keep this in or paint right over it. Either way, doesn't really matter. Um, but now I have the option, and so those those accidents open up opportunity in my mind because otherwise I wouldn't have thought of doing that. So, but yeah. Carla, you love that about my painting, so you're experiencing a memory you may or may not have experienced, yet evoking something within. Not sure if that makes sense. Uh, it Catherine says it does. Yeah, it absolutely makes sense. That's exactly. I really appreciate that, Carla. That means a lot because that is exactly what I'm going for, what I'm trying to do. So thank you very much. That means a lot. I appreciate that. I will say this, cleaning these suckers is annoying. Just like rolling it and trying to wipe off all the paint. But yeah, Carla, I appreciate that. That makes a lot of sense. It's exactly kind of what I'm going for. So it means a lot. I'm glad I was able to, pull that off to a degree. So so now looking at this, right? This is as light as it was, well, maybe a little darker. That's okay. Now the head stands out as being very, very dark. That's okay. I won't add any dark to this. I will just lighten it up. The dark that's already there will be the darks. And then, at least for now. And then eventually, I'll finish it up. I don't know if you can see it on the video, but like some of the features are still kind of there, so I can kind of see it. So this is a wipe tool. Um, got this at Jerry's. Um, very useful. I don't usually paint much with it. It's a wipe tool, but I can sometimes I'll just use it to like mark things off as I'm going. let's see. I think I got like 30 minutes in me, roughly. Putting that out there now. With the delay, I always find it hard to end the stream because if like people will want to say something at the last second. But yeah, I think I've got about 30 minutes left in me for this, at least for this session. I'm just running. I can feel the steam running out a little bit. I saw this video on color once. I've mentioned it before, but in case you weren't here for it, you missed it. It was talking about the color brown, and how there is no such thing as the color brown. Um, it's not a real color, and this is an interesting video. We're going to be leaving around 3:30, 3:45-ish. Want to stop at Starbucks before we go to Party City. Uh, you said 4 or 4:30, so that's I'll end stream at 3:30. Yeah, it'll be a fun night. And I'm all in favor of stopping at Starbucks because I will need caffeine after this. But yeah, most digital artists specifically will know this because if you mess with colors in a digital space and you use the not color wheel but the like digital color picker thing, it's very clear, but that brown is just kind of a darker desaturated orange. But if you don't, it's easy not to realize that. I thought that was really it was a fun video. And it's also very uh it is very much in a matter of perspective of um comparison. Like in the video he has a color that's brown um when surrounded by white. But as soon as you surround it by black, it looks orange. So it was fun to see that the relative aspect, which most all painters know about. So in general, like, but it's a great illustration of it. Brown is and the color makes sense, you guess? Yeah, no, it's not. It's I mean, obviously we have a name for it and everything, but like there's a reason there's no such thing as a brown light. Can't make like it's orange. The desaturated darker orange. So there's no brown light. There's, you know, light blue, dark blue, all those things, but not brown. Michelle does try and make birthdays fun. I don't know if this interests anybody, but you know, speaking of brown not being a real color, um, there's a similar thing, only in a very different way, um, with I think it's magenta. We can't see magenta. Um, it's a it's a color that we make up in our minds, which I thought was very interesting. Um, so if I remember correctly, and I could be getting some of the details wrong, we have, you know, it's an illusion. Yeah, it sort of is. So in our eyes, we have the color receptors, right? The light receptors, and they can distinguish color. And they can distinguish trying to remember the exactly, but they can distinguish, like, I think it's red and um what is it? Red and green or yellow? I can't remember that. And so it distinguishes between how much of one or the other there is. So if you go in between them, it's a mix, right? So it's like it becomes it's this, you know, it's just a mix between, let's say, yeah, it's not, but let's say blue and yellow, right? It's green. So you know that you see some blue, some yellow, that makes green. But for magenta, it ends up being the lack of being able to perceive those colors. And because we can't perceive the colors, our brain fills it in. I don't know if that makes sense, but yeah, it doesn't have a receptor. So it's like it knows it's kind of red because it can detect some of the red, and it knows that it's light and that it has some, you know, some of the, I think some of the cooler stuff, but it can't see it. So it's the lack of stimulation in some of those that it fills it in. Our minds are strange and beautiful. Yeah, they are. Yeah, our brains are super weird, complex, yet stupid at the same time. Yes, very, very true. Yeah, it's a very weird thing. I'm not doing a fantastic job describing it, but the the part that I think I'm doing decent at describing is the idea that it's essentially our eyes can tell that it's light, lack the ability to see the exact color, so it fills it in. That's the bottom line kind of thing. So that's why it's kind of like an imagined color. Um, and then there are those people who have like an extra um, tone in their eyes, and they can see, you know, more colors than normal people can. I think that's super interesting. Although it's a little disappointing when you hear actually how much extra colors they can see. It turns out it ends up being like people claim it's like a ton extra colors, but then the reality of it is no, it ends up just being like a little kind of like a variation. And it's not that all that impressive, but still interesting. Carlo saying that we are so fortunate to have one another, me and Bill. Yes. Uh, Absolutely. I think I don't remember. I think we have three cones, three color cones. There's some people that have four. It's really I saw a video about it. Way less impressive than it sounds when everyone thinks that it's like, oh, they can see they have four, like the multiple of it, ends up being like a ton of extra colors, but it ends up being like you can kind of see blue and green at the same time. So something can be kind of bluish greenish at the same time instead of just green. I don't know, something like that. And it's just like, okay, that's that's kind of cool, I guess. I wish I could see that, but like, I'll live. Yeah, should I feed the animals before we leave, or should we do it when we get home? Like 9:30-ish? Can we shoot for like 8:30-ish? You think you think that's doable? I'm also, I know that it's a little side note thing, but I'm fascinated by the idea of like some people can see ultraviolet light. I think it's mostly people when they have uh cataract surgery. It's not good for them, but they can see ultraviolet light. I'm so curious what that's like. Like I can't imagine what it would be like to be able to see like, you know, something that like we can't see at all. No, we have the table reservation and we'll be playing a bunch of games. Our reservation goes till 11. They have kids, so you assume you'll be finished around 9. Do we all perceive colors differently? You can react to colors, sometimes smell colors. Uh, the blue of your background soothing to me and dreamlike. If you can smell colors, that's called synesthesia. Um, Synesthesia is when your brain um, mixes, like crosses the stimuli, and so you can smell colors or hear colors or you know taste numbers and or it's like it's a thing. So yeah, it's called synesthesia. Um, if you didn't already know that, you probably already know that, but in case you didn't, um, and also because someone might be watching this and I may have said something, so now they know. So yeah, I don't know if you can develop synesthesia or if you're born with it or if it's a something that can. I don't think you can develop it on purpose, but I'm like maybe it develops over time. I don't know. Um, so I can't. I don't. Definitely not an expert, but that's interesting. Very cool for that you to have that. I don't know if we should feed the animals. If we feed them now, when we leave, they'll want dinner again when we get home. So, kind of an issue. You wonder if people who have had strokes sometimes experience it too. Yes, people who have had strokes or traumatic brain injuries, also people on drugs, um, can all kind of experience can synesthesia. Can they can have it or develop it or whatever, experience it. Maybe would be the right way. So yeah, it definitely possible. Carly, you're saying you're always been curious about tarot cards because mentioned that we're she's gonna bring her tarot cards tonight. Yeah, tarot cards are a thing. Uh, I know a lot of artists who have like worked on developing their own deck of cards. Um, I know a lot more artists who have started than have finished. But I'll just say that because there's so many cards. That's actually, I thought about doing my own deck once. Um, but yeah, there's so many cards that I was deterred from doing it. It is a lot. Maybe we can give the animals, Michelle, maybe we can give them like of what we normally give them for dinner, and then give them another half when we get back. I don't know. And is it really that bad for them to eat 3 hours after they're supposed to eat? Like, well, do you think they'll be dying? Not really dying, obviously, just FYI, I guess. But yeah. Not gonna hurt them, they're just gonna be a little hungry. Yeah. Hello, people watching. I have 8 viewers. Hey, awesome. Welcome, viewers. I will be finishing up in about 10 minutes, FYI, to all the viewers. I appreciate everyone for hanging out and watching. Viewers are welcome to participate in chat, but I know not everybody can, so no worries either way. Uh, but if you have specific painting questions, that is the way to get them answered. For sure. Uh, Maybe Carla's answering, Michelle saying, he's a caregiver. You're a caregiver to a gentleman who had stroke. He uses words different now and uses non-dominant hand to draw uh, and really well too. Nice. He didn't draw before the stroke. Interesting. You liked and you're subscribed. Oh, thank you, Carla. I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate that. So my streaming, I should mention this right now. At the moment, my streaming schedule is uh Sunday 11:30 Central Time and Monday um Monday and Wednesday uh say about 8:30 p.m. Central Time, which I know is not the best time for a lot of people, so I know like some people won't be able to watch because time zones and everything, but you know, have to do it after work, so that's what it is what it is at the moment. But yeah, that's my streaming schedule. Sunday, Monday, and Wednesday. I guess I should also mention that people after the fact are welcome to put questions in the comment section on YouTube. I'm getting better at responding to them. I used to I used to not be good at responding to them. I'm getting a lot better. I feel so bad. There's some people who like left me messages and I like left comments and I saw them like 10 months later or 12 months later. These are on old videos and I was just like, "Oh, I feel bad. Oh well. New chapter. Now I'm making an effort." So also worth mentioning, I guess, as I'm coming up to the end here. Um, I'm horrible at posting online, posting on Twitter or Instagram or any of those things. Just really bad at it. But I'm working on it. So I'm good at responding. I'm bad at making new posts. But it's coming. It's slowly like my goal is to every I don't know week or every stream just slightly improve things. So slowly making those steps. So if you guys want to follow me online or reach out to me there for anything, I have links in the actually have links in the description today. So those are the places to do it. I don't have a store yet for all the paintings that I have available, but I do have a list of the paintings available, and I can sell online too, just FYI. Just throwing it out there just in case. But yeah, store will come eventually. I'm much more focused on sharing my artwork right now than I am on selling it. My setup is good, being able to see you, the paint, and the painting. Oh, thanks. I'm glad you like the setup. Yeah, I I like having the palette so people can see the mixing process and so on. And it's you like the setup too, Carla, and it's all really clear. Good. I'm glad. I'm glad it's clear. It's been a process even to get to this stage. Like I used to when I was streaming on Twitch for a long time, I was using my cell phone. Uh, so yeah, it's been a it's been a process of like slowly upgrading over time. Um, that's the goal. Just keep kind of moving it forward. Uh, I'm just about done with this. Doesn't take that long to ship. Yeah, it doesn't take a very long time. Okay. Okay, we'll be going soon. Uh, Catherine, I'm not sure Michelle will see that comment, but I will pass it on to her. She just stopped by a second ago, so just not sure she'll get to see that, but I'll let her know. I think she's stressing out about the time now, because we're coming up on time here. So I'm actually going to have to end stream now. Thank you everybody for stopping by, for chatting and getting into it all.
Thank you, Carla. And
Carla and Catherine.
Kathleen?
Catherine.
Oh, is it Kathleen or Catherine?
Catherine? I'm not sure.
Catherine.
Catherine? No?
Catherine.
Yeah, I don't. I apologize if I've been pronouncing your name wrong. That happens. Part of part of streaming. Anyways, yeah. All right, everybody, we got to get going. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, gotta go. Wait, before last thing. Yes, we're gonna have a Dresden jam.
Hold on.
You freaked them out. What'd you do? All right, it was going to be a Dresden cam, but he ran away. So you get a Misu instead. So goodbye, everybody. This is Misu. She is an angry cat. She'll probably hiss at me in a second. Anyways, have have a good weekend. Have a good rest of your Sunday, and I will be streaming tomorrow, Monday. All right, have a good one. Bye.